Good morning. Bore croeso I Gedi Sophia. Welcome to Sophia Gardens for the second day of the Rothesay County Championship Division 1 game between Glamorgan and Hampshire. Well, as you can see, the weather is very changeable right now. It's raining, it's stopping. So we'll have some more news on the start of play time as soon as we know. Glamorgan Cricket would like to thank all of our sponsors and partners for their continued support, besides extending a very warm welcome to all spectators here at Sophia Gardens today. Our scorers are Byron Jones of Glamorgan and Fiona Newsom of Hampshire. Scorecards are available free of charge from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Full range of food and drink can be purchased in the Pyramid Cafe, which is situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. There's a 10% discount for Glamorgan members on all food sales. Hot drinks and snacks can also be bought from the Urban Jungle mobile unit beneath the Castell Howell stand at the Cathedral Road end, and snacks can also be had from the vending machines situated on the ground floor of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. Our multi-faith prayer and reflection room is situated in the Undercroft area below the pavilion seating. If you want to stay dry all day, there's indoor seating available for members in the Lewis Lounge on the second floor of the Hugh Morris Indoor Cricket Centre. We'll have an update as soon as we know. I have an update from the middle, and it's all weather dependent, of course. If no more rain, play to start at 11:30. 96 overs today, lunch at 1:10 and tea at the fixed time of 4 o'clock. And this is all weather permitting. So 11:30 start, lunch 1:10, tea 4 o'clock, 96 overs.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of a gamble, mate, but I'd rather they put that.
If you've just joined us, welcome. An update. We have a delay because of the rain, but weather permitting, we will hopefully start play at 11:30, take lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock, and have 96 overs today. Scorecards are available free of charge from reception on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Also on the ground floor of the pavilion is the Pyramid Cafe, a full range of snacks and drinks for sale there, 10% off if you're a Glamorgan member. Urban Jungle Outlet is underneath the Castle Harold stand as well. And indoor seating for Glamorgan and Hampshire members is available in the Lewis Lounge on the second floor of the Hugh Morris National Cricket Centre. for all their work in getting the ground ready. Good morning to our match umpires, Sean Deeren and Ruben and James Middlebrooke. Good morning to the Hampshire team who are taking the field under Captain Ben Brown.
A very good morning from BBC Sport Wales and BBC Solent here in Cardiff. The noise you hear in the background is that of the hover cover gently slotting into place at the River Taff end. That's better. We're about to resume half an hour late here on day two.
And good morning to the Glamorgan batters, number 88 Dan Douthwaite and number 3 Mason Crane.
With Glamorgan still 51 runs in arrears, Kevin James, I think Hampshire would be the more pleased with the match situation at the moment.
Yeah, interesting talking to Jake Lehman last night after his unbeaten half century. He felt they probably should have got a few more than 160, but it was tricky for both sides. Ball moving around a lot in the air, off the seam, bit of extra bounce from time to time. But that Kellaway, well, especially Ben Kellaway, played absolutely beautifully. And I think the introduction of Sonny Baker last night, fresh, well, you could say he was fresh, coming straight from Lords, but he injected a bit of extra pace into the attack, and it was that accounted for Cook and for Kellaway. Kellaway looked pretty much at home in the time that he spent the crease, but he was definitely undone with the extra pace, and I think those 2 wickets late last night did make a difference.
And it is the aforementioned Sonny Baker to bowl the first ball of the day from this Cathedral Road end. After showers cleared, rained a couple of times, 2 or 3 times quite heavily between 10 and 11. Hopefully that'll have passed through. We get a full day's play. The morning session through till 10 past 1. No extra overs added. So it's a 96 over day. Kevin, take it away.
Probably 7:30, 7:15 if we keep the weather going as well. So we might even get a finish if we get a meaningful day today, because I expect the wicket will still do plenty for the bowlers. So here we go then. Sonny Baker, Mason Crane. Baker's in, short, Crane's on the back foot, and that's played out on the offside. Crazy day's cricket yesterday, 17 wickets on a day which helped the bowlers from start to finish. And as I say, we get a meaningful day in today, and you wouldn't rule out the game pretty much near its conclusion. First thing for Glamorgan is they've got to get as near to Hampshire's first innings as possible, but the bonus would be getting in front. What they don't want to do is lose their last 3 wickets pretty cheaply, and a 50-run, even a 40-run lead is a fairly significant one in the context of this game and the conditions. Here comes Baker. Runs away from us and bowls. Crane is across his stumps there, just works that down to fine leg. Had to get a bat on that one. Didn't want that crashing into the pad in the situation he was in. He's off the mark now.
Andrew Bennett emailed, interesting to hear the conversation about a points penalty, possibly, for a poor pitch during the game in Leicester. How poor is the Sophia Gardens pitch? Kevin, is it a poor pitch or not?
Well, I don't think it's poor. I think the overheads didn't help. I mean, there is definitely some grass on this pitch. You can see it. I'm sure you can see it as well on the picture feed, but certainly we can as Baker bowls. That's bounced. That's well played by Douthwaite, who's kept the bat inside. I think if you watch it on the picture feed, it doesn't quite show the greenness of the pitch. Just watching that delivery there from Baker, just really kicks and it straightens off the pitch. That's fairly typical of what we've been seeing in the game so far. So I don't think it's a poor pitch at all, do you?
Well, I don't, but I'm biased.
Well, that's right.
And I've spent the last few days fending off bouncers from Leicestershire fans.
Well, listen, we all know how sometimes this pitch can play here. It can be completely the opposite, can't it? Pretty slow, pretty dead. As Baker bowls on the line of middle and leg, Douthwaite pushes that to mid-wicket. I don't think anybody wants to see that. No. And I don't want to sit through that day after day, but equally so, you've got to be a little bit careful that you don't want to see it going too much the other way. But there's been plenty of rain around. I think we've missed quite a bit even this morning. Away to our left, I think if this pitch was another mile to the left, we would have had an awful lot more rain than we have. But yeah, well, it's been a great game to watch. I spoke to one or two of the batters in the Hampshire side this morning as they were walking through the park, as Douthwaite pushes up to mid-wicket. I mean, neither one of them said to me, not a great pitch. And I think that's telling in itself. Kyle Abbott there in shot with Jake Lehman. Great watching this morning. All the Hampshire bowlers were doing some warm-ups on the side of the pitch when they knew that we were starting at 11:30. Probably a good sort of 10-15 minute workout. It was very funny watching Kyle Abbott doing his Sonny Baker impression, because there's Baker with that hop and holding the ball up high, and Kyle Abbott was mimicking that, which was very funny. He's beaten outside the off stump. That's a good delivery. Just that extra pace.
Yeah.
Douthwaite just looks at Baker as if to say, "You expecting me to get an edge on that, mate?" 112 for 7. That was just one run off it. Look at that.
Yeah. Welcome back to Red Ball cricket, Dan. It's not an occasion he can necessarily try and biff over the top. Very muscular hitter in the white ball game.
End, Kyle Abbott.
And if Sonny Baker coming at you from one end wasn't enough, then they've got Kyle Abbott from the other, who has taken 3 wickets, also took the first 3. Dr. Hignell has been in touch to say it's raining where he is in St Fagans, which is about 5 miles to our west. So that might be coming our way.
Well, my app's showing sort of showers all day, really. So I think we're going to be on and off. But I know apps say different things, and I keep saying that, but I think it's pretty much that's going to be the case.
As Abbott is in to bowl and Crane defends to mid-on, there is no run.
I think it already feels as though there's more clouds coming over even now.
Yeah, we've mentioned the pitch briefly. The other issue for discussion yesterday towards the end was Sonny Baker being brought into this game under the decades-old provisions, really, and we might have an early interruption here, actually, as the umpires are coming together. I think if they know it's going to rain in the next minute or two, they're better off coming off and get those covers on quick. Yeah. So they are coming off for the time being. They see there's rain on the way. Maybe listening to us. Andrew Culshaw seemed a little unfair to introduce a fresh substitute bowler in the final session, Baker getting the 2 quick wickets. Someone else made the point that they could then bowl Curry as much as they liked on the grounds that he'd be coming off shortly. JP Mills, a Hampshire supporter,
We'll let you know.
Agreed, saying Hampshire fan here, completely agrees, should be at the end of the day or the end of the innings. It's interesting, Jake Lehman coming out in favour on the grounds that it enabled the best players to play in the county championship when not required on the fringes of an England squad. So I thought that was an excellent point from Lehman. What about the point that there ought to be just some limitation to either end of the innings or the end of the day, even the end of the session?
Well, I probably don't disagree with that. Yeah. I think it was highlighted by the fact that Sonny Baker picked up a wicket with his 3rd and the 6th ball that he bowled in the game. Scott Curry bowled pretty well as well. I thought he was a little bit unlucky to be taken out of the attack. I mean, we all knew that he was going to leave the field as soon as Sonny Baker was ready. Scott Curry bowled a really tidy 8 overs, none for 21, but Sonny Baker with that extra pace, it definitely, the Kellaway wicket was a big one. I thought Kellaway just looked class out there. He just seemed to have a lot more time and didn't seem to be in too much trouble, unlike most of the other batters. But yeah, so that's highlighted. But you have to remember that this wasn't the only place where this happened. Sam Cooke, Ollie Pope went to Chelmsford, and Sam Cooke got a couple of wickets there. So it wasn't unique to here.
No.
It was highlighted by the fact that Sonny Baker did actually change a situation. End of the day, end of the innings. I mean, if you make it end of the innings, I mean, if you play on a flat pitch, he might not have gone on the pitch for another day.
Yeah.
You know, if a first innings goes on and on and on. So it's difficult maybe to enforce that. I think if you just know that that's the situation and a player can be available the minute it arrives,
Yep.
then everybody knows where they stand.
Well, Glamorgan knew that because he was listed on the Hampshire team sheet at number 11 as Curry/Baker. Both men were listed. So it is coming in now, the rain, and the grand staff are about, or just starting to roll out the covers on either side of the hover cover to cover the wickets. Presumably they'll be doing the run-ups. Blake Bint is the other member of our commentary team. We'll hear from him after about half an hour's play, but we've had very little for Kevin and myself to get our teeth into. So there is going to be a delay. I would have thought of at least 15-20 minutes or so, even if it stopped raining now. So Kevin and myself will be back as and when there is further action, but keep an eye on things. It shouldn't be too long, I don't think. I expect we will get more play during this morning's session. In the Test match, England at 271 for 9 against Pakistan with their final wicket, adding a few more runs this morning. We'll be back from Cardiff when play is possible.
restart. 6 overs lost today. Lunch will still be at 1:10 past 1. an update from the umpires to use the tractors on the outfield for another go or so. Hopefully, weather permitting, play to start at 12:05 with a further 2 overs lost.
Well, here we go again, hopefully. You're on BBC Sport Online as we're about to resume at 12:05 when the batters all join us. The umpire's just putting the stumps back in. And we've had 7 balls so far this morning, and Glamorgan have added 1 run. And Sonny Baker has shown us that he can still bowl as fast as he did last night, beating the bat a couple of times in his only over. We came off 1 ball into a Kyle Abbott over, and the South African paceman is getting some sawdust where he wants it. And we have lost 8 overs now from the day's play, so it's due to be an 88 over day if the light holds this evening and if we don't get further showers. But the Met Office is suggesting that we probably will, so it's not going to be easy for these remaining Glamorgan batters, Kevin, to concentrate in between the showers. Is it right that it generally tends to favour the bowling side?
Well, I think you can look at it, in a positive and a negative way, really. I think from a batting point of view, I don't think it's too bad. I mean, I think it's quite easy to switch on and off. I think the only thing from a bowling point of view is you have to continually warm up and continually sort of sort of stretch and whatever. But I mean, the only thing is, of course, the outfield will get a little bit more damp, so it will affect the ball. So maybe it might affect the bowlers from that point of view. But listen, I'm not sure these players are used to that over the last few months, coming on and off. Most cricketers over their career are used to this situation.
Here's Abbott then from the River Taff end in towards us, and bowls to Crane, who defends on the onside, and there's no run. Yeah,
I mean, if my app's to be believed, I think we might get a prolonged period of play here.
Good heavens!
Only interrupted by a lunch. But yeah, I think there's one or two more showers scheduled for this afternoon. I've just got a message actually from somebody in Southampton that said it's really lovely and dry and sunny. So clearly this is not right across the south.
They can't up sticks and take the match down there.
But I think even that's surprising. I think we were expecting rain down there for a few days.
Abbott steams in bowls, and Crane defends to mid-off, and there is no run. Once played in a knock-around charity match that was played on 2 different pitches at St Fagans. We started off on the first team pitch, had a bit of rain, and the club decided that they didn't want the first team pitch getting mucked up, so we adjourned to the reserve pitch for the second innings. Good job that wasn't a league match.
Yeah, I don't think that'll happen here.
As that's driven nicely by Crane, but well stopped by Abbott in his follow-through. Well, there are so many pitches available within striking range. Just to our left, the delights of Pontcanner and Llandaff Fields, and Blackweir as well, as Kevin James is being summoned urgently. I'm not sure if someone knows what he does for a living. Abbott is in towards us. Balls to Crane, who drives into the offside and will get at least one. They'll turn and come back for a second. The slides are going to be pretty slidey today in the outfield by the look of it. Just a little bit of moisture around after these morning showers, and Crane adds 2 more to his total. It's 114 for 7. Douthwaite yet to add to his overnight 8, and the batting to come. Van der Hoogten averaging 19 the season, and Mir Hamza as Crane drives to mid-off. No run, and the over. 114 for 7 are Glamorgan. That is 48 runs in arrears. And we've had all of 2 overs now completed this morning, in between the showers, of which there are likely to be more to come. So, if you want to email us, Nick Webb, that's the social media, Nick Webb 2017 on X and Blue Sky, and it's Glamorgan Cricket or Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So we've discussed the substitute law a bit. And welcome to listeners to Sports Extra 2 with the news that Glamorgan have added 3 runs in the first 68 minutes of play. And join us as Sonny Baker's bowling his second over of the morning to Dan Douthwaite. And he's hurried into a defensive push there. Baker joining the game late on yesterday, once he'd made his way from Lords, where he wasn't required. And the England Test squad took over from Scott Curry and promptly took 2 wickets in the first over he sent down, prompting a lot of comment on email and social media that maybe there ought to be some restriction on England players joining at the end of an innings or at the end of a day's play, as Baker is in bowls, and that's let go by Douthwaite. It came back a very long way after it had passed the bat, and was taken by Ben Brown, the Hampshire captain, going down the leg side. So if you're joining this match for the first time, story of yesterday was that we got nearly a completed day's play in, and Hampshire were bowled out for 162. Jake Lehman was 51 not out, Alior 36. 3 wickets apiece for Mir Hamza, the Pakistan player, and Zain ul Hassan. 2 apiece for Tim van der Hoogten and Dan Douthwaite. Baker is in, bowls, and Douthwaite is hit on the pad, but there is no appeal as he tries to turn on the leg side. And Douthwaite playing his first-class match since September 24 is struggling at the moment to deal with the pace of Baker. Glamorgan then had 3 ducks at the top of their scorecard, courtesy of Eddie Jack and Kyle Abbott. Ben Kellaway 57 and Colin Ingram 32 have been their only real contributors. Kellaway was one of Baker's victims. 3 wickets to Abbott, 2 apiece to Jack and Baker. Baker hunting for a third. Douthwaite turns it slightly uncertainly on the leg side, and there's no run. And Baker continues to ask questions. Cloudy skies here then in Cardiff. We came on at 11:30. We had 7 balls bowled, and then we went off again, and then it was meant to be 12 o'clock, and then finally a 12:05 resumption. Lunch we think is at 1:10. As Baker bowls outside off stump, and Douthwaite shoulders, arms. Kevin James, BBC Solent, former Hampshire all-rounder. Baker is looking as impressive as his England Test squad status suggests.
Yeah, and we sort of touched on this yesterday, that, last year, Sonny Baker, you were never always quite sure what sort of spells you were going to get from him. But this year, what a difference. I mean, he has improved immeasurably. And now you get proper spells from him, proper sort of thinking about what ball he's going to bowl. He's a good bowler, seriously good bowler now.
And he races bowls, and Douthwaite gets a thick outside edge to that. The ball trickles down into the gully, and Glamorgan are 114 for 7, having added 3 runs now in 3 overs this morning. And a reminder that they are 48 runs in arrears and going nowhere fast at the moment. There is no relief from Abbott and Baker, and Eddie Jack, who bowled well to open the bowling, is yet to come.
Yeah, listen, at the end of the day, it is a wicket. I mean, most wickets are, but it is a wicket to bowl line and length. And if you continually bowl a good line and length, you will give the batters trouble. And I don't think that's changed. Hasn't changed at any point since 11 o'clock yesterday morning. Here's Abbott from the River Taff end. Bowls. Short ball to Mason Crane, who gets the hands high and the bat out the way. Good short ball, that one. Sort of short ball that got rid of Abbott last night, or yesterday afternoon, when Chris Cook took a great diving catch low to his left. So pace and bounce in this wicket still. Light roller we had this morning. That was all.
Well, Glamorgan have used one of their heavies.
Yes. Didn't seem to change it much, does it? The nature of the pitch. As Abbott's in again. Length ball to Crane, who's comfortably in behind that one.
Presuming it's still 2 uses of the heavy roller during the course of the match.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because
unless regulations have changed, and boy do they change frequently.
I do rely so much on fellow commentators and scorers and what have you to tell me what the rules are, because I never know. Never knew when I played, never know now. Here's Abbott, 2 slips weight. Preston Albert, as Crane drives on the up, pleasantly up towards mid-off. He'll take a quick single. Andrew Neil, the fielder, 115 for 7. Glamorgan trail by 47.
Yeah, Crane has looked the more comfortable in the brief passage we've had this morning.
Yeah, he's. What's good about Mason is he gets right in behind the line, doesn't he? Almost too much sometimes, coming across the stumps. But he's fine when the ball's short of a length. You should be fair. You should be all right with that. It's just a full delivery. You don't really want to be doing that too much, especially in this game. But yeah, he looks a good sort of little compact, neat player now. As Abbott bowls and forward is Douthwaite, goes out into the covers. I mean, he always showed a bit of promise at Hampshire, but he was always a 10 really at best. But he's clearly worked a lot on his batting.
Yes, he, I think, scored his maiden half century for Glamorgan, and I was looking it up, and I said, that's his maiden half century? How's that the situation after however many years in the game with Hampshire?
Yeah, I mean, obviously batting around that sort of 10 mark
Yeah,
is...
you don't get much of a chance.
No, rarely would you get an innings to play of substance. Here's Sir Abbott, bowls, Douthwaite is forward. Again, it's a delivery that's asking questions.
Yeah, Dan Douthwaite is never the most elegant in defence. I'm not sure what it is about him, but he often seems to get squared up when he's playing defensive shots. But
and
you
some players
don't get any marks for elegance.
No, and some players just look as though they are playing with a lot less time than others sometimes. I mean, Ben Kellaway just seemed to have so much time yesterday, whereas others don't seem to. There's Abbott bowls, Douthwaite leaves that one alone. Not saying Douthwaite is a vastly inferior player, but I've not really seen Kellaway bat before. And, you know, on this pitch, just looked as though he's got all the credentials, that is for sure. I'm just looking at Dan Douthwaite's batting form. I know he hasn't played a championship game for a couple of years. 27, I mean, that's not too shabby as an all-rounder. Average. Does have a first-class 100 as well. Just the one from 39 matches.
I think that was against Glamorgan, wasn't it? In
Douthwaite,
the days when the Cardiff University's game was still first class.
Right, okay.
Sussex, was it?
Sussex.
For the uni. I knew there was a university connection. Thank you to Blake, who will be hearing from in a moment.
He's got all the stats.
I've got a laptop and I'm going to use it.
I don't think rain's far away again, you know.
Oh dear, we'll try and get Blake on after this over before it does rain, as Baker is in bowls, and that's turned on the bounce to a leg slip by Crane, and that fielder has been just put there for that very purpose.
Yeah, I think it's because Mason gets right across, so he's looking to flick the ball. Anything that's straight, then he's looking to flick the ball away on the leg side. So one that bounces a little bit more than leg slip, Jake Lehman, is very much in play. I mean, Douthwaite seems to stay a little bit more inside the line. Here's the rain.
Oh dear. As the umpire sticks his hand off, then Mason Crane
hang on a minute.
has had enough. That was very good. The sequence of actions, I think, was one, Mason Crane departing, two, umpire sticking his hand out, and three, Baker charging in to try and get an extra delivery before the rain came. So, oh dear, we're going to get another interruption, and it is coming down quite heavily at the moment. Again, probably won't be long, but again, by the time they've got the hover cover and some of the covers on, it'll probably be about 15 minutes at least, I would have thought. Mason Crane's got a future in the 100 metres sprint, hasn't he?
Well, I mean, that's an interesting... I mean, unless the umpire said, that's it, we're off before anybody moved. But, I mean, the fact that Mason Crane's just taken the matters in his own hand with Sonny Baker in his full run-up, I don't think I've seen that before, where the batter's just said, no, that's it, I've had enough, I'm off, before anybody's made the decision.
There we are. We'll take a pause there, and we hope to be back maybe in 15-20 minutes for some more action here from Sophia Gardens on BBC Sport Online, on the Glamorgan and Hampshire websites. From Kevin James, myself, Nick Webb, and Blake Binns, who is here honest. Cheerio for the time being.
some way to go during the launch interval. The New Zealand Welsh cricket is open now actually. It's on the first floor of the Humorous National Cricket Centre. So lots of people you've been able to look at, World Cricket books and everything. So well worth a visit. So you're very welcome. You've seen the first floor of Humorous National Cricket Centre. Museum of Welsh Cricket being opened on the first floor of the Morris National Cricket Centre. The Glamorgan Club Shop, run by Missouri, is open. That's just by the gate to entrance. We've got an extra match here on Sunday the 13th of September. Glamorgan Women have reached the semi-final of the Metro Bank One Day Cup. That's a 50-euro competition. Opponents will be known for a week or so, but Glamorgan are definitely home that day. Play starts here at 10:30, Sunday the 13th of September, and it's free admission to all. Women have had a great season so far. They've already won the 20 over Cup, so it'll be a good occasion to come and support the women. Quick update, we're now officially at lunch, which takes 40 minutes.
Yep. Yep. Glamorgan 115 for 7. That's still 47 runs behind Hampshire as both teams battle for Division 1's safety. Glamorgan have added just 4 runs in 4.1 overs between heavy showers against the pace of Sonny Baker and Kyle Abbott. So Glamorgan's tail has work to do with Dan Douthwaite and Mason Crane at the wicket. They resume, weather permitting, at 125 with Glamorgan on 115 for 7.
Those famous words, weather permitting. Play will start again at 1:25. We will have lost 15 overs today, which leaves 81 overs remaining, and tea will be taken from 10 to 4 until 10 past 4. So weather permitting, 1:25, restart, tea at 10 to 4, 81 overs remaining today. It's lunch on the second day of the second Test match at Lords, England against Pakistan. England bowled out for 290. England replied, Pakistan 16 for 2 from 14 overs. We international cricket here at Sapphire Gardens on Thursday, the 17th of September. England versus Sri Lanka in a T20 international. Tickets, further information available from the Glamorgan website, glamorgancricket.com.
Well, good afternoon and welcome back to Sophia Gardens for this county championship fixture between Glamorgan and Hampshire. Well, the announcement over the PA of when tea will come. And Blake Bint with you, alongside Kevin James from BBC Radio Solent, getting ready to start this afternoon session. So lunch has been taken if you are just joining us on BBC Sports Online. So we took an early lunch after not much action was seen this morning. We've had just 4.1 overs. Sonny Baker is the bowler who was hauled off by Mason Crane, taking a stand by marching away before the umpire could call to do so. So Baker will resume with 5 balls left in the over, and Glamorgan have added just 4 runs unscathed from their overnight score. And Kevin, it's the weather looks ominous, but we've not had any rain for 45 minutes, so it's just the way sometimes this goes.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it, really? I mean, who'd be an umpire? But, you know, we've just had a big break there where it never looked like raining. And you think, OK, early lunch. We could have played probably a good 40 minutes up until 1:50, quarter to 1:25 now, isn't it, with the lunch. And I don't know, it just feels as though we've missed a good chunk of play.
Well, here is Sonny Baker then, England Test squad member, running away from us, and first ball's down the leg side to Mason Crane, who just rehearses a whip down to fine leg. He does step across his stumps, so looking to spear that one in. The field's 2 slips. There's a leg slip as well to the Glamorgan leg spinner. Backward point, kind of short cover, mid-off, mid-on, square leg, and a relatively fine leg as well. So Baker, with this field, you'd think looking to bowl straight. Crane is on 4, Douthwaite at the other end on 8. Both resuming from their overnight scores as Baker is back in again with a hop and defended by Mason Crane. And Baker's looked lively so far. 2 for 4 he is from 5.3 overs after being brought into the game yesterday. The ECB allowing the non-playing squad members from that second test to play for their counties, and brought about various opinions from mainly Glamorgan supporters about his action yesterday, taking 2 wickets in his opening over.
Well, Sam Cook got 2 for Essex, didn't he? Arriving from Lords up at Chelmsford.
Slightly shorter journey as well, of course. Baker's in again and fended down to backward point by Crane. He does get solidly behind the ball.
Yeah, that's been a feature of innings, Mason, hasn't he? Right in behind it, almost too much at times. I think Sonny Baker went for that sort of middle and leg Yorker very first ball up. He just got it a little bit too much leg side. But, yeah, I mean, I think watching what Crane does, I think I'd be if I was bowling Sonny Baker's pace, I think that's the ball I'd be looking for.
Yeah, I think his intention is not really to score off Sonny Baker, and just purely about survival again from the Hampshire speedster. And he's in and straight, and that one's a leading edge from Crane, looking to play into the leg side off that very full ball again on leg stump. Again, rehearses whipping through the leg side.
So what's the lead? 47 only. It's this is quite a crucial little period of play. I mean, it does look as though there's some dark clouds already gathering. So however long play we get will be not quite sure at the moment. But this is quite crucial. If Glamorgan can get at least parity, brings it down to a 1 innings game.
Could be. Baker in again and full and half driven from Crane up to cover, where it's fielded by Nick Gubbins, and end of the over. I think that was a maiden. There was no run off the first ball of the over before lunch. So Baker's elongated over comes to an end. Glamorgan 115 for 7. Still just 4 added from overnight. Douthwaite on 8 and Mason Crane on 4.
Yeah, 25 balls before lunch only over 2 short spells. That's all we've had. More showers predicted this afternoon. Tomorrow doesn't look great at all, Blake, I don't think, in terms of the weather. And then we're left with Sunday. Is there enough time to get a result?
Yeah, will be interesting. 17 wickets yesterday will help that.
Here's Abbott then from the River Taff end, bowling to Douthwaite, who pushes forward. That goes out towards extra cover where Nick Gubbins fields. And there is no run. Those grey clouds are looking a little menacing. We had predominantly sunshine during that early lunch, and what do we have? They went off at 12:17 after a 12-minute period of play. As Abbott comes in, Douthwaite pushes forward, comes off the outside half of the bat, goes out into the covers once more. Gubbins fields. So we had all that time from 12:17 to 1:25 where it was predominantly sunshine. And I know it's difficult for the umpires, and probably the ground staff have said, well, look, hang on a minute, there might be a shower, but that's been the best part of the morning, and yet we weren't playing. And yet here we are now, the sunshine's gone and the grey clouds are rolling back as Abbott comes in. Douthwaite's on the back foot this time, and again it goes out to Gubbins. It's a three-man game at the moment. Abbott, Douthwaite, Gubbins. Abbott 3 for 26 into his 14th over. He now has 47 wickets for the season, on for another 50-wicket season, should be comfortably past that mark.
Well, my weather app of choice is says it's currently raining, which it isn't, so it shows how accurate they are.
Is that an app that, here we are, we go with Abbott again, left alone by Douthwaite. Good carry through to Ben Brown. Is that an app that just, I mean, I've only put in Cardiff in my app.
This is
Have you narrowed
my
it down?
Location, well, supposedly. But I learned something about these apps in that when it says a percentage of chance of rain, it's actually for the whole location of which that covers, if that makes sense. So rather than actually is a chance of rain, I think it's more a chance of rain at anywhere in that vast location.
Sure. He's Abbott again, runs towards us and bowls, and Douthwaite again gets a straight ball, and he's in behind that one nicely. Score remains on 115 for 7. Glamorgan this morning 111 for 7. But the clouds have generally come in from the left here, haven't they? And certainly away to our left it's fairly dark. As Abbott comes in again once more into Douthwaite, and Douthwaite's beaten outside the off stump, and everybody got excited thinking there might have been a chance for an edge. Once more a good ball. Oh gosh, it hasn't missed the outside edge by very much at all. Very straight delivery. Douthwaite is on 8. He actually hasn't added to his overnight total. Well, he hasn't faced too many balls, of course, but he's now faced 42, 43 in total. He had faced 24 overnight, so that's about 20 odd balls. Yeah,
there does seem to be a bit of a sitting duck kind of mentality from these two, and I mean, I could half understand it if you're wanting to survive from Baker and Abbott, but then with Eddie Jack to come, it's hardly going to let up, and James Fuller was no mug yesterday. He added a bit of threat, and Scott Curry, of course, is the one substituted out for Baker, who's back in again, running away from us. And Crane nicely pushes down the ground in between the stumps and mid-on, and that's going to run away for 4 beneath us. So boundary for Mason Crane, one that'll be welcome. He moves to 8, doubling his score, and Glamorgan to 119 for 7.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Just leant into that one, showed the full face, and straight as you like on the onside. Ball might gather a little bit of a damp over the outfield there as well, which won't help.
He's someone who's taking real pride in his batting this year, Mason Crane, and he's had a good season with it as well. Over 400 runs, batting in the lower order. Baker outside off stump, and Crane fishes. There's nothing on it through to Brown.
I just wondered if he was expecting a short one there. And as he shouldn't really be playing at that one, I think he's thinking the short one's coming. He's just followed it a little bit. That's what usually happens when you expect some ball round your ears. You're not really then in a position to either play or leave the ball if it's a good length outside off stump, which that one is. Just practice that shot again. In fact, he practiced the leave after that ball has gone through to Brown.
Well, helmet's being brought onto the field for Ali Orr, whose locks are going to be hidden away underneath the helmet. I think he's going in at short leg, is he? Yeah, the leg slip has come out, and square legs just hovering back halfway as well. So perhaps Crane will be expecting a short one now with that field as it is. 2 slips still in place on the offside. As Baker with his hop and a skip and then a slight walk and then steams in straight and defended by Crane, fielded by Baker in the follow through. Yeah, he's looked comfortable with the bat this year, Crane, as a lower order batter naturally would. He does look slightly more frazzled by the extra pace at times, but he's had good scoring options off the slightly more medium fast. But Baker is certainly one of the quicker ones he's going to face, and he dabs this one down to backward point. That was shorter of length from Baker, not a bouncer as such.
Yeah, I mean, I mentioned his sort of stats yesterday, but overall in his games, obviously for Hampshire and for Glamorgan, his career batting average is 20, but it's 40 this year, which is an amazing jump. And of course, we're talking about Division 1 cricket this year, not Division 2. You know, that's an amazing improvement.
Yeah, he showed signs when he made 99 on a hybrid pitch, which was a bit farcical against Leicestershire, as Baker's in again. And off the pad and an inside edge as well, caught by Ali Orr, so the short leg trap works, and Baker gets Crane just as we were talking about his batting average improving. He goes for 8, and Hampshire get their first breakthrough of the day, and it's taken a while in time, but it is just 6 and a bit overs into the day, and Baker strikes once more. He's now got 3, and Glamorgan are 119 for 8.
Well, he didn't hang around there, Mason Crane, wasn't it? 2 noises there. What a move there to decide to bring Ali Orr into short leg, and it immediately brought dividends. And it was a loopy catch as well. Plenty of time. That short leg is one of the easier catches you'll ever have. That short leg, but you have to say, you have to praise the decision to bring the short leg in. I mean, that was just 2 balls before that. 3 for 8, Sonny Baker. Who this time yesterday was travelling down from Lords, yeah, inside edge onto the thigh pad, it looks like, and a very easy catch for Ali Orr. Great decision to put him in there.
Yeah, he was bowling straight. You could see Baker was trying to challenge Crane every ball, and the way, as you said, Kevin, in getting behind the line almost too much at times, and I think it showed then by all he could do was fending, as Tim van der Gugten is the new man. At number 10 is relatively handy to have for Glamorgan. He's certainly of all-rounder status. He's got a half century this year, averaging just shy of 20, and off the back of a century in the One-Day Cup as well.
Did he? Wow.
His maiden career century in any format, which
good
is,
on him.
it was relatively surprising to hear when I figured it, because he is someone who's made handy contributions with the bat all through his career, but to have only made a first career century just a few weeks ago was something of surprise. Plenty of 50s.
Yeah. But I mean, you know, he's has been a great servant, and he's just a really good bowler. It's just a captain's dream, isn't he? But the fact that he can add an average of 20 to that as well over his career, I mean, that's handy. That's handy batting.
Well, he's got 1 ball to survive of Baker, which is a short one and fended down, but he's got it in the gap between the 2 slips and backward point, and it will run away for a boundary. Van der Gugten's first ball riding the bounce, getting himself off the mark immediately. 123 for 8 at the end of Baker's over. The lead is now 39 and the rain has just started trickling down. But I think, yeah, they're going to come off. The stumps are out of the ground. And Kyle Abbott, who'd handed his jumper to the umpire, receives it back. And that's going to be another break. So we've managed just 3 overs, or not even 3 full overs, 2.5 overs since returning after that 45-minute lunch break, which was full of sunshine, and now the rain comes again. So we'll wait and see how long this lasts, and well, we'll be back when any further play continues. But for now, Glamorgan at 123 for 8, thanks to Baker getting that wicket of Mason Crane, the first one of the day. And well, from me, Blake Bint and Kevin James, we'll be back whenever play is to resume.
overs remaining in the day, 64. Tea will be between 10 past 4 and 5 past 4. So that's restart at 2:15, 64 overs remaining today, tea 10 past 4 until 5 past 4.
Good afternoon once more from Sophia Gardens as we are due a restart between Glamorgan and Hampshire for a fourth time today, and we've managed just 7 overs in the process as Glamorgan are 123 for 8 thanks to the 1 wicket taken by Sonny Baker in the previous over before we were hauled off again for rain. Blake Bint and Kevin James, your commentators, and this stop-start is probably doing Glamorgan no more favours than it is for Hampshire at this stage.
That's right, yes. You can just keep going with Abbott and Sonny Baker at the moment. I mean, 2 or 3 very short periods of play. First one 7 balls, the second one 25, and the last one 17 balls. So. But actually, around the lunch break, we had quite a prolonged period of good weather where we could have played at least a good 40 minutes, maybe 45. So we've been a bit unlucky from that point of view. But even so, we've still picked up 1 wicket in that time, Mason Crane. So the game is still moving nicely forward. But quite how much play we'll get on Saturday, that seems to be the worst of the 4 days. Sunday's not looking great either. So you do feel you need a meaningful chunk today to keep this game moving forward for both sides, because you know either one of these sides would love a win for different reasons. Hampshire, of course, to help themselves get out of the relegation zone, they're bottom at the moment, and Glamorgan, who knows? Who knows? Here's Abbott then to continue from the River Taff end, bowling to Douthwaite, who pushes forward. Abbott in his 15th over here. Am I seeing a couple of spots of rain, or am I imagining it?
Oh gosh, not again.
I think it might have just come off the roof of our building.
That does
actually,
happen.
yeah, that's yeah.
Or you're just visualising it.
I have.
From all we've seen
We haven't seen so much rain in the last, well, even though there've been showers for months. Shouldn't complain. Here's Abbott, bowls and short ball. That's a good short ball. Douthwaite does well to duck low underneath that one. That's also nipped back as it bounced at the Glamorgan batter. Good bouncer.
Yeah, played well from Douthwaite. Just 2 balls after coming back on, because that's the thing as well for the batters. Douthwaite's 8 from 45, so 43 balls into his innings before this restart.
Yeah.
You'd think he's settled, but they keep coming on and off.
Keep playing himself in. 21 balls he's faced so far today without adding to his overnight total. He's not adding there as it goes up to mid-off. So the wind, as you look at the flags to our left, is blowing left to right, maybe a little bit more over our left shoulder. That's where the weather has been coming from. Still a few dark clouds over that way as well.
I mean, we suspect it will rain again today at some point.
Yeah, we'll get a few more showers yet as Abbott's in again, bowls to Douthwaite, gets a thick outside edge, runs away down towards the 3rd man boundary, just to our right, way past second slip, not in the air. So Douthwaite has added runs today, and he moves on to 12 on 27 for 8, and Glamorgan now getting closer and closer to that Hampshire first innings score of 162. Van der Gooten is at the non-strikers end. Mason Crane, the one batter that fell after lunch, caught at short leg by Alior. Looping catch off an inside edge onto his thigh pad. He was out for 8. As Abbott's in, bowls to Douthwaite, forward again. So I know Douthwaite plays white ball cricket for you guys, T20 cricket, but this is totally alien for him, isn't it? This.
Yeah, he's not someone who is necessarily the most comfortable defending, but he can occasionally look organised. I mean, that one was out in the middle of the bat, but he is often squared up or finding the outside half of the bat. But if he can, as you said, get Glamorgan closer to that first innings total, he'd done his job.
Abbott in again, bowls. Douthwaite pushes forward up towards mid-on, end of the over. So 127 for 8, and Glamorgan are just 35 runs now behind Hampshire on the first innings.
I think what might have been even more alien for Douthwaite was having to bowl 2 balls the same when he was bowling, because you don't often see that in white ball cricket these days. Having to bowl variations and mixing up your length and so on. He did struggle to get into his groove. Took a couple of wickets, but at quite an expense. 2 for 49 he was. So if he can add a few with the bat, I'm sure he'll be delighted with his contribution. Sonny Baker, as expected, is going to continue from the Cathedral Road end. 3 for 12 he is from his 7 overs. Glamorgan still 35 behind with their 2 wickets in hand. And he'll come into Van der Gugten, who's on 4. And plays outside the off stump. But thankfully for Van der Gugten, past the outside edge.
It's a beauty as well, isn't it? That's pitched and straightened. Oh, yeah. Didn't follow it too much.
Yeah, I was going to say, he does a good job not to follow it. But he's looked really good bowler since coming in as Sonny Baker. Looks very much improved on the raw bowler he was just 12 or 18 months ago. And then he comes again. Reliable for Hampshire today. And looking to drive Van der Gugten, and gets a thick edge, and it runs away for 4 fine. There is a deep third, but it was too fine, and it raced away for a boundary.
Yeah, only 2 slips in there. Probably gone where a 4th slip would have been. It was catchable, but yeah, well wide of 2nd slip. Went quickly as well.
Yeah, it was in the air from Van der Gugten at a catchable height, but as you said, wide enough of the slips and fine enough of the fielder patrolling that boundary. 131 for 8, and the deficit closes slightly more. Van der Gugten to 8. As Baker's figures are being dampened by edges as he's in short ball, and Van der Gugten dabs down to backward point where it's fielded by, I was going to say Ali Orr, but he's the man under the lid now, isn't he? So I wonder who's...
Gubbins, is it?
Is it Gubbins? Yeah. At backward point. So it's 2 slips and a short leg for Baker. It was the short leg that brought about the wicket of Crane off the inside edge, and then a bit of pad and looping up to Orr. Baker. Full and driven nicely from Van der Gugten through a vacant mid-off, and he's going to get himself a 2nd boundary of the over. This one much more convincing than the first. He moves into double figures, and that's the first sign, I would say, of a batter actually getting on top of Baker.
Lovely shot. Was a half volley though.
Well, he drew him in, but it was pleasantly played. And now the deficit just 27, so all useful runs at this stage from the Glamorgan lower order. Douthwaite and Van der Gugten. And back of a length, jab down to extra cover, no run. It has been the kind of story of the season for Glamorgan. The lower order often doing a bit of rescuing. There have been runs from Carlson and Kellaway and Ingram throughout the season. Dixon's had a couple of useful contributions, tribe at times, but often it has been only one of them that's prevailed in each innings, if that makes sense. So it's been down to the likes of Crane and Van der Gugten to get a respectable total on the board. And at 135 for 8, there's still work to do as Baker, that one jabs back at Van der Gugten, who just tries dropping his hands and then gloves it to backward point. There's no run. But that was a bit demonish from Baker. At the end of the over, 135 for 8. Both Douthwaite and Van der Gugten on 12.
A couple of emails here. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Paul Thompson has sent me a link to a live rainfall radar. Yes, we've been talking about showers and rain constantly. We haven't been able to do that, actually, have we, for most of this season? If the live radar is anything to be believed, the one I've got here, there's no actual rain over Cardiff right now. I emphasise right now. As Abbott comes in to Douthwaite, who gets wrapped on the pad, might have been inside edge onto that one as it goes out on the onside. Paul Williams is in Portugal. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. So after 4 days of wet weather from Storm Dolly, an amazing coincidence, he says in brackets. So we got Storm Dolly over here then. We finally have very warm weather back. Oh, I bet in Portugal they've been welcoming that rain, that's for sure, which is from 9 to 5 at least. So I settled down the shade to do some potting up of plants given to us by a very good friend, and thought that this will be a great way to enjoy the afternoon. But sadly, as Abbott comes in, Douthwaite turns that away. Fine on the leg side, picked up by James Fuller, and they run 2. That's good running. Positive running from Douthwaite, who was running to the danger end. He moves on to 14, 137 for 8, but sadly the rain has interrupted us there as well. Feels like, well, he says wants a quick finish of this Glamorgan tail, and then maybe a lead of about 180. Thinks that might be enough. Well, that'll be very tight.
That makes a good game.
That certainly does. Not sure my stomach could take that as Douthwaite pushes up to mid-off, because, as he says, Hampshire really do need some wins now with games running out. So, oh, we've got some sunshine. Got some sunshine for a change. Short-lived, I think.
Well, I think it'd be welcome on the wicket.
Yeah.
It's naturally, even though it does get covered, obviously during the delays, there will be times where, you know, in that transition period of getting the covers on, it will consume a bit of water.
Albertine again runs towards our short ball to Douthwaite, who ducks under that fairly easily. A little bit higher, that one. Called one for the over by the umpire at the far end. So 137 for 8. Glamorgan starting the day 111 for 7. .25 runs the difference between the two sides now. Abbott's in. And bowls, and Douthwaite. Good leave. That's nipped back and it's bounced. It's a good leave. Good cricket all round. Good delivery from Abbott. Into his 16th over here. 3 for 32.
I just wonder if that went over off stump, or if it was slightly wider stumps. With Abbott, you can always trust the extra bounce is going to come, can't you? He's a taller figure than someone like Baker, for example.
Bit more skiddy.
And sometimes that can be the difference of being rushed slightly more, isn't it?
Yeah. Here comes Abbott. And Douthwaite's having a little nibble at that one. Bounced shorter outside the off stump, and he's followed that. He's lucky not to get an edge on that one. 137 for 8.
Yeah, Douthwaite just needs to stay within himself. But he's still there. 55 balls now between last night and this morning, and now this afternoon. Interesting you say about the storms. Actually, I didn't know it was called Storm Dolly. I didn't know if we'd officially had a storm here in Fence, but I was I was taking some well-rested time last week, or earlier this week. I was in Italy, and Monday evening there was a big thunderstorm there, which was soaking the roads and the pavements, which was duly needed. As Baker's in again, and turned away from Van der Gugten down to fine leg. He come through for a single, 138 for 8. So I wonder if, maybe as the storm has just come from Europe, because I was slightly concerned flying back on Wednesday and then coming here yesterday morning. My flight, I got told, might get diverted due to storms. Luckily it didn't, but I did wonder if I was going to have an extra night, which I hadn't planned for, and then miss the opening day here. Hopefully no storms here today. Baker in again. Defended on the back foot from Douthwaite into cover. And Gubbins does the fielding.
So, according to this, Storm Dolly is heading towards the Caribbean.
Oh, okay.
If this website's anything to believe. Storm Dolly seems relevant from what happened 2 or 3 days ago. Blake's working it out.
Yeah, no, I'm there.
Have you got there?
I'm there.
You're there.
I am of a slightly younger generation.
Stand by your man. Yeah.
Baker in again, defended down.
I must admit, I hadn't made the link until I read it. I was thinking Storm Dolly, so what?
Yeah,
but was that just coincidence?
I was going to say, named before or after?
Well, I don't know. I mean, all these websites that I'm looking at where it's talking about going from the Atlantic to... Well, that's over the other side, isn't it? Atlantic to Caribbean. Is it the same Storm Dolly?
If it was named after, do you think that's how she'd want to be commemorated? I'm not convinced, but anyway, 138 for 8, Glamorgan. Baker in again, driving his Douthwaite, and it was aerial slightly, but it's well wide of the cordon, and Baker stands in frustration, but it's 4 more to Glamorgan's total, and Douthwaite moves to 18 with that tentative push, but safely away. 20 is now the difference between Glamorgan's total and Hampshire's 162, which they were bowled out for yesterday afternoon. Fuller's just warming up at mid-off beneath us. In the test match, England have got Pakistan 59 for 3. Although you might be double screening, you might know that already if you're listening in. Baker running away from us from the Cathedral Road end. On another one, Douthwaite off the inside edge this time, down past his stumps and comes through for a single down to fine leg. Neil does the fielding.
Just angled in there from Sonny Baker.
Yeah, still nipping around, isn't it? He got one in the previous over to come back at Van der Gugten off a just short of a length, which wrapped him on the glove. Just a couple of field changes for the final ball to the Dutch international. Oars coming into a gully. Gubbins is dropping back on the cover boundary. Baker discussing plans with Abbott at mid-on. Bowling in tandem. And then the usual little skip and walk a couple of paces and running in to Van der Gugten. Defended down in front of him. Baker does the fielding himself, and the end of the 49th over. Glamorgan 143 for 8. Douthwaite on 19. Van der Gugten on 13 on BBC Sport Online.
And on the picture feed.
And on the Glamorgan feed, indeed.
Paul Williams has come back. He's the one in Portugal who mentioned Storm Dolly. Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Apparently Storm Dolly was named over a week ago, so that would have been just before. So a total coincidence.
Yeah, that is.
I suppose we didn't take much notice of it, of course, because it would have been, well, as he experienced, it was over Portugal way, so we wouldn't have worried about it too much. Here's Abbott bowls, and Douthwaite pushes that up to mid-on. Abbott into his 17th over here now.
They normally go in alphabetical order as well, don't they? So
yeah.
I wonder if the one before that could have been Storm Curry. Have you made the link?
No, I haven't. No.
Tim Curry passed just after Dolly Parton.
Oh, was he the actor
American
guy?
actor.
Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah, so I was a bit slow on the uptake there. Not for the first time. I will have a look at that. Here's Abbott, and Douthwaite drives half a hand on that one from Abbott. So there's no run. The field is scattered a little bit. They're looking to give Douthwaite a single. which maybe is surprising why Abbott stuck a hand out there, but I guess when you're a bowler you don't want too many runs in the runs column. It's a natural reaction. I'm just quickly typing in storm names this year.
We've got to have something to talk about, haven't we?
Yeah, let's have a look. Here's Abbott. Southwick drives, goes up to mid-off, so they will get a single. Or two in the crowd appreciated that. 144 for 8. Southwick moves on to 20. The difference now is just down to 18. So, as has really looked likely, is at the moment we're looking at a one innings game. So basically the side that bowls the best from here on in bats the best. Weather permitting, is going to win the game. Storm names for 2025-26. Well, it only goes up to April. That's hopeless. That's pushed out on the offside. That's no good. But it looks like we went past Dolly, so that's not the right UK Storm Centre. Of course, you've got UK
Storm Dave. I do remember that one actually.
Oh, Storm Dave.
Storm
right.
Dave. That was in April.
Right.
So maybe they don't necessarily go alphabetically.
Well.
Or UK
I think they
and
do,
Europe
but
have
then
different
Dave
ones.
and Dolly's.
Oh yeah. Well, it's technically alphabetical, but
Yeah. But then it's the first letter, isn't it?
yeah, normally.
Ford is Van der Gooten. I don't know. Not working in that area, I have absolutely no idea. And I do. So apparently, Dolly is the 72nd name made this year. I'm not going down that route anymore. That's it. That's that.
Well, I've just found.
Go on.
Yeah, sorry. I'll bring the conversation.
No, go on.
back.
No, go on. Because
On the 19th of August this year,
Yeah.
so just over a week ago, Ardman, the ones who, I'll come on to it.
there's Abbott. Van der Gooten's playing the missing at that one.
Yeah, trying to think of my words. They're the ones who had something to do with Wallace and Gromit, the studios, isn't it? And Bristol Ardman Studios, that's what
Yeah.
I'm trying to say. The Met Office is inviting the public to decide whether beloved characters Sean or Timmy should become a future Storm name as a part of a collaboration with Ardman. So apparently the Met Office and Ardman Studios are combining. So there we go.
What a
People can
bizarre.
have their own say on what they want the Storms to be called.
What a bizarre relationship. So yeah, Sonny Baker is going to take a break after his combined spell, 9 overs, 3 for 26, having started the day with 2 for 3.
No real let-up for Glamorgan though, because Eddie Jack is going to come on to bowl. And he made an impressive start yesterday. 2 wickets in his first over, and he finished 2 for 25 from 7. So first look at him today. He's got 2 slips and a relatively deep gully coming in to Douthwaite, and this one well wide of off stump. It's not wide enough to be called so, but nothing troubling Douthwaite.
That's a bit of a loosener, isn't it? Now we're starting to get people who know a little bit more about this subject. Richard Freeston, Hampshire Cricket at bbc.co.uk, says storms in Europe are named each year in advance by agreement between the Irish, British, Spanish and French Met Offices. This does not include thunderstorms, which are not named and occur at random. That's a bit more help.
Yeah, that is helpful. Jack then running away from us in driving as Douthwaite pleasantly, but up to mid-off for no run. 144 for 8. And England have taken another wicket, it appears. Pakistan 4 down now. Be interesting to see if Sonny Baker might get a game in the third one if it's a 2-0 lead for England.
Well, guaranteed there'll be a couple more nightclub incidents between now and then.
Jack in and defended on the onside up to mid-on, Douthwaite. Abbott does the fielding. Well, I think, yeah, probably steer clear of that subject. You know, they're going to celebrate if they win. The manner in which they do so. will remain to be seen, I suppose. Eddie Jack, 91 on his back, tall figure, comes in and bowls, and this one nibbles away, and Douthwaite just playing inside the line. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, outside the off stump. 66 balls he's been there now. Only Ben Kellaway lasted longer in terms of balls faced. He made 57 yesterday before being dismissed late in the day by Baker. And Nick Webb is coming back in alongside me as Jack is in again. Leaving outside off stump this time is Douthwaite. That's better from the Glamorgan all-rounder.
Afternoon to anyone from Leicestershire listening. They're still after me.
Still no further on the pitch there then from last week.
Haven't heard anything from the ECB. Let's have a look at on the cricket regulator website just in case it's snuck out.
Grey clouds forming again to our left, which is where they've been coming from, as Jack bowls and Douthwaite defends up to Abbott at mid-on, which concludes another over. Jack's first of the day. It's 144 for 8, and Hampshire lead by 18. I'll just quickly go through some scores from around the grounds.
Big on press releases, media releases, the cricket regulator. Haven't been one since the 10th of July.
Oh, no need. Well, Bryden Cast, there'll be one coming up, I'm sure.
Yes, maybe they don't put them all on their website.
So in Division 1, Nottinghamshire 146 for 4 against Warwickshire in Birmingham. Sussex are 208 for 8 in reply to Somerset's 202, so they've got a lead down at Hove. Yorkshire 162 for 6 at Scarborough against Leicestershire. That one's been quite heavily rain affected. And Essex are closing in on a lead against Surrey. They trail by just 2, 181 for 3.
Abbott then racing towards us to bowl to Van der Hoogten, who's forward, defending up to mid-off, and there's no run.
Dean Elgar's 91 not out in that game at Essex after announcing his retirement at the end of the season earlier this week. And then in Division 2, Kent to 314 for 8 against Northants. That's a bit of an outlier among scores around the country at the moment.
As Fuller is in to bowl, and Van der Hoogten plays that one up to mid-on, and there is no run. Fuller taking over from Abbott at that far end.
Durham, who are rather running away with Division 2, they lead by 150 against Gloucestershire there. 7 wickets down in the first innings.
Well, Gloucestershire still introducing themselves to each other, I expect, with
Yeah.
3 new players on loan.
And finally, Lancashire 106 for 6 at Worcester.
Fuller in, bowls, and doesn't bowl. Where's that? Did he let go at all?
Yeah, I think he let go. Was it one of those ones where
Is it dropped at his
lets
feet?
go and
Yes.
drops it, yeah.
He's dropped it just coming into his bowling stride. I know we've had some fast bowling today, but you usually see them coming in some way or other. That one didn't leave the bowling crease. 144 for 8. Partnership worth 25 as Fuller bowls, and Van der Hoogten turns it off his hip down to Neil at fine leg for a single. 145 for 8. Glamorgan 17 runs in arrears then.
Yet to see anything of Andrew Neil and Simo, or any spin in fact.
Thanks for coming, boys.
The season's almost gone in reverse, hasn't it? Spin only in April and May with all the sun.
Fuller in to bowl. Dowthwaite prods it towards cover. Spinners in this match may be candidates for what in my university team was a much unwanted award. There was a plastic duck to be worn on a string round the neck. Can't remember if it's the next match or for the evening's proceedings, but it had GIFC on it, and GIC is for Glad I Came. As Fuller bowls and Dowthwaite defends, and I shan't give you the other initial because I want to be commentating tomorrow. 145 for 8.
Yeah, I've heard of TFC. Thanks for coming.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a new one.
Yeah, back in the day. When the University of Bath was not very good at sport. Fuller in, bowls, outside off. Dowthwaite has nothing to do with it. That's true, we were absolute rubbish in most things in that period in the early 80s. And of course has since gone on to establish a huge reputation as a sports-mad university of very high standard. Particularly if you like sliding on a tea tray down a mountain.
I was going to ask you this. So
yeah, we didn't have that.
I was going to say, was that there then?
No.
Because it's the only place in the UK, isn't it?
No.
With
It is, yeah.
skeleton track, yeah.
That's the one. Yeah, those days we had one of the coldest and most exposed cricket pitches in the southwest of England, on the top of the hill at Claverton Down.
145 for 8. Glamorgan Eddie Jack into his second over of the day, and leaving outside the off stump is Van der Gugten. Came back slightly. Brown had to dive to his left to take it.
We had an old wooden railway carriage as what passed for a pavilion stroke shelter hut for the second 11 pitch. We won a match there in the snow once. We needed about 30 to win when the snow started coming down, and we weren't going off at that point. No neutral umpires in that one.
Jack again. In he comes, and Van der Gugten plays down defensively on the leg side, fielded at square leg. Yeah, I'm sure people have got some tales of winning cricket games in various weathers. You probably won't get that at this level. Any sight of rain, off they go. As Mason Crane showed this morning, he wasn't going to wait for the umpire's call either. He was just going to walk off. Still dry at the moment though, as Jack's in again. Oh, and driving on the up is Van der Gugten. They scamper through for a single, but that wasn't a million miles away from Gubbins at cover.
Resident meteorologist Andrew Hicknell reports more rain in St Falcons, which we're quite likely to get in the next 10-15. Yeah. Thank you, Andrew.
Yeah, and that when you said that on air this morning, I just left the room to go fill up my water bottle, came back, and we were all packing up to go off. So see how long it lasts. 146 for 8. Dowthwaite now on strike. On edge and dropped at first slip. That was a comfortable height for Tom Prest. And, or was it Toby Albert? Sorry. It was a tentative push by Dowthwaite. Couldn't get his bat out the way and gone down.
That was a nice height, really. Should have really have been taken. About thigh high.
Well, Jack will have to try again for a third to his name, as this one's short and patted down to backward point. Dowthwaite on a second life on 20.
Yeah, Eddie Jack removing the first 2 wickets. Triben Carlson in his very first over, the second of the innings, taking advantage of getting the new ball as Baker was still in transit somewhere.
It was a sprightly start, wasn't it? He's an encouraging bowler as Jack. Bowls at good pace. Got a good bit of height as well. Gets good bounce. This one's well wide of the off stamp and called wide.
There's the curse of the commentator, Blake. He probably sends down his worst ball of the season.
Yeah, his first one wasn't a million miles away from that in his last over. Yeah, it might have just been trying to put a bit more on that one out of frustration, maybe. One to come in the over, just 15, the deficit now. Still 2 wickets in hand for Glamorgan. And well behind this one is Douthwaite, who remains on 20. Van der Gugten's on 15, and Glamorgan are, thanks to a dropped catch, 147 for 8, leaving Mir Hamza in the hutch. I'm sure he was probably on his feet ready to walk out when he saw the edge fly.
Yeah, I think Mir Hamza, if memory serves me right, is probably a specialist number 11. Morgan seemed to have signed a few of them for the overseas players. Perhaps it's to save arguments among everyone else who's still here that Ryan Hadley was 11, of course, getting a career best 50 to win a game. Ray Toole, I think, is very much a number 11. As Fuller is in to bowl, Van der Gugten up on his toes. And there's no run as he defends. Helps in amateur sides as well, doesn't it? If someone is very firmly a bowler and no pretension to batting, it saves everyone else arguing and trying to avoid being number 11. Mir Hamza's first class, he's got an average of 9.4.
Well, that's more than what Hadley's was when he arrived.
Here comes Fuller. Balls to Van der Gugten. Gets it off his legs, down to fine legs, single taken. Neil with the fielding. Sky's darkening slightly once more. Lights aren't on at the moment. It's been the precipitation rather than the light that's caused problems today, but wouldn't be surprised if we lost overs towards the end of today's play. 33-year-old Mir Hamza has a first-class best of 40. As Fuller bowls and Douthwaite defends out on the offside. Douthwaite has now made 20 off 74 balls, 75 balls. If he'd been in for 75 balls in one of his one-day innings, he'd probably have 100 by now. Has a very good strike rate and the white ball stuff.
Yeah, the one against Durham, wasn't it? 45 off around 18 balls, I think it was. Gave it a bit of a thwack. As
Douthwaite drives on the leg side, doesn't time it, but he's placed it wide of mid-on, so he's able to go through for a single. He goes to 21 and the total to 149 for 8, 13 runs in arrears. Yes, that was the only match in the One Day Cup I didn't manage to get to in person, on the grounds that you'd need a team of drivers to get up there, I think. As Van der Gugten defends on the offside, no run for either of these sides that stays up, then Durham likely to be on the agenda for next season.
Yes, I do wonder if they look at that at the end of the year of deciding who they want to go up or down purely based on how much they have to travel.
Well, we do in the commentary box. As Fuller's in, bowls, Van der Gugten defends back to the bowler. No run. End of Fuller's over. He's 0 for 39 after 11. Glamorgan 149 for 8. Douthwaite 21, Van der Gugten 16. The wicket to fall today, that of Mason Crane. Caught at short leg. A looping one up to Orr off the bowling of Sonny Baker for 8. That was 109 19 for 8, and a useful in the context of this game. A little partnership of 30 developing now. Yeah, distance, facilities, food, whether you like the town or not.
Yeah.
And these are the things that commentators wish on rather than looking at the teams.
Eddie Jack continuing, still looking for that breakthrough. Downthwaite, this one's a Yorker, well bowled, jammed out to the bowler in his follow through, no run.
So Kent second going into this round, followed by Northants, then a bit of a gap to Worcestershire. You wouldn't have thought that anyone below that would have much of a chance. Indeed, Worcestershire might be out of it, and we're going to be out of it once more. 149 for 8, with 54.1 overs bowled, and yet again a shower is sending the players heading for the dressing rooms. So Andrew Hignell's warnings are rain in St Fagans is bringing rain in the centre of Cardiff around about 10 minutes later. And theoretically 54.5 overs remain to be bowled today. No chance, they're losing those as we speak. Not sure if this is going to be too long a shower, but hover cover is coming on. The players are heading for the dressing room, so we are going to lose time in the test match. Pakistan 76 for 4 against England. Been relatively lucky with the weather there today. Here, Glamorgan 149 for 8, 13 runs in arrears. Back on BBC Sport Online when there's any action.
well as it raining here, not having much luck at all either. There's a rain delay there. In the second set, England were at 290. Pakistan in return 81 for 28 overs. Some other scores in Division 1 at Chelmsford of Essex versus Surrey. Surrey will bowl back for 183 in their first innings in mid-by. Essex 210 for 3. So we've got 27 runs. At home, Somerset yesterday for 202. Sussex in the 243 for 9 and 68 overs. Sussex lead by 41 runs. Rain interruptions at Edgbaston. Warwickshire versus Nottinghamshire. Nottinghamshire 71 for 5 in their first innings. Rain delays also at Scarborough today, but Yorkshire 195 for 6 against Leicestershire. In Division 2, Derby, they've got underway. Derbyshire versus Middlesex. Derbyshire 79 for 3. They're off again at Chestnut Street. Durham 297 for 7 in their first innings. That's a lead of 160 over Gloucestershire, who will bowl out for 137. Northampton, Kent 336 for 9 against the home county. Quite a bit of play lost also at Worcester, where they didn't have any play yesterday, but they're underway today. Worcestershire, Lancashire 118 for 8 in their first innings. Worcestershire yet to bat. restart at 3:25. 33 overs lost in the day now. Tea still at 4:10. So hopefully restart at 3:25. Welcome back to the umpires and players. Tea is due to be taken at 4:10.
What drama? Are we going to get a full 45-minute session in before the tea interval? The cakes have already arrived in the media box. Kevin has gone off to reconnoitre, and there are I think, plenty of cakes relative to the number of media people here, so I don't think anyone's going to go hungry. Blake Bint and myself, Nick Webb, with you for whatever we get in this particular session. An inquiry from Sarah Jones as to whether someone was off the field injured for Hampshire, because Scott Curry has been back on now as a fielding substitute rather than a temporary player before Sonny Baker got here. We haven't noticed any injuries, so we presume that was just a chance for one of the bowlers to change their boots or have a convenience break or whatever. 149 for 8, Glamorgan 13 runs in arrears, and plenty of time for Hampshire's bowlers to stay fresh, Blake.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Curry stays on for a while, because who says cricket rules are complicated? Obviously won't be able to bowl if he's just on as a fielder. I'm going to try and notice the one who isn't. I can't notice it at the moment. Maybe
yeah, they may have subbed back around, desubbed.
Eddie Jacks restarting us off then to Douthwaite, who leaves outside the off stump on 21. He is from 78 deliveries now. Van der Gugten is 16 from 22 for this 9th wicket, which is now worth 30. All valuable runs for Glamorgan as this game edges towards a one innings contest, trailing by just 13.
They're off at Lords, Pakistan 81 for 4 in reply to England's 290. Oh, they're back on in a few minutes apparently.
Jack in again wide outside off stump. Brown has to tumble to his right to take that one. No run. 46.2 overs are what remain here, albeit unlikely, given that it is nearly 3:30 at 15 overs an hour. Well, that would only be with a tea break. What's that? That'd be 6:50-ish.
Nah, not going to happen.
Yeah, I'm not convinced. Jack in again, past the umpire, bowls, and then Douthwaite thinks about playing and then ends up shouldering arms.
Yeah, if you weren't with us earlier, Douthwaite was shelled at slip off the bowling of Jack when he was on just one run ago.
Yeah,
so
rather simple one for Tom Prest as well, wasn't it? As slip catches come, that's where you'd want them.
So the chances of getting a shower in the hour are still 70 to 80%, so don't count on all those overs being bowled.
It does look a bit brighter than it has done, though, as Jackson again, and this one off the outside edge of Douthwaite, safely down to backward point, though. Ali orders the fielding.
Forecast for tomorrow, especially for those looking to play a final club cricket game of the season for some leagues packing up this weekend. You're not likely to be playing by the look of it. Thundery showers forecast tomorrow.
If I know what end of season drinks normally look like, it might be one that starts a bit earlier than usual for those clubs that partake. Jack in, final ball of the over, defended by Douthwaite into Nick Gubbins at cover, completing the first over of this, 5th restart, is it?
I've lost track.
149 for 8, nonetheless, 13 behind our Glamorgan.
I was having a wander around the ground while they were on and off a couple of times. Had a quick chat to Ben Callaway's parents. Very pleasant to make their acquaintance. And Ben's younger brother James is hoping to turn out for Chepstow at Neath tomorrow, apparently. But again, with the weather, who knows what cricket will be possible in this part of the world. Fuller to continue from the River Taff end, and Van der Gugten defends on the leg side, and there is no run. Things happening in a vaguely stop-start, slow motion way today. Not that I'm suggesting the bowling of Hampshire has been in any way slow. We've seen some considerable pace on offer from Abbott, from Baker, who's got the only wicket of the day, and from Jack. Fuller, I would guess, is a few miles down on those, as Van der Hoogten blocks that one to mid-on, and there is no run. The field includes 2 slips, but there's only one saving the single on the leg side at mid-on. So is there a cunning plan to try and get Van der Hoogten and Douthwaite to hook or pull in the air, because fine leg is pretty square and there's a square leg just in front of square on the boundary. As Van der Hoogten plays that one on the offside, there's no run. So the offside field, as well as the 2 slips, there's a deep gully, unusual one that, about 30 metres from the bat. Fielding circle sort of job for the one-day stuff. Point is out towards the boundary, and there's a cover and a mid-off slightly back. So some of those fielders are not quite in the conventional places. We'll see if there's a trap being planned as Van der Hoogten prods that one into the offside, and it's fielded by Orr in the deep gully position, or the backward point position. Very few people in the ground, the noise echoing in the distance really, and who can blame the spectators, because we've only had about an hour's worth of cricket in the space of 4.5 scheduled hours. Fuller in, bowls, Van der Hoogten prods again to mid-on, and there is no run.
From how dry the grounds have been through the summer, hasn't taken long to notice when you can see Preston, Albert, the 2 slips have made marks of where they're standing, and you can see the mud coming up from the softness of the ground.
Yeah, fairly damp on the surface as Fuller bowls. Van der Hoogten defends. Nothing for Van der Hoogten to work with in that over. It is a maiden and it remains 149 for 8. Yeah, they've had the tractors doing the synchronised rope pulling around the outfield on several occasions just to make sure they make it not too slippery, as umpire Shanmugam, in picking up Jack's cap, knocks the bails off. So we're due to be playing until 4:10 in this session, if it stays dry.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to hear from Dr. Hignall to give you the St Fagans incoming warning, as Jack is incoming to Douthwaite, who defends to cover. No run to Gubbins. Deep point remains out, as does deep square leg, who's just in front of square, it looks like. Sonny Baker out there. And there's a fine leg, relatively wide as well. So whether it is just a plan to give a single or to try bounce Douthwaite out, we'll come to see. 83 balls he's now faced, Douthwaite, as he faces up and defends up to mid-on. Kyle Abbott does the fielding. This time, no run. And Kyle Abbott, he's been impressive. And I'm sure with the breaks that have been, it might not be long till they turn back to him. He's bowled 17 overs, 3 for 33. Sonny Baker, of course, was impressive as well. 9 overs, 3 for 26. I think at least half of his runs came off the outside edge for boundaries. As Jack is in again, shorter and defended. Douthwaite well behind it. He's finding the middle of the bat with a bit more regularity now.
Drizzle is reported in St Fagans. Thank you, Andrew.
37 minutes looks a long way off then in that case. Still going as we are for now. 149 for 8. Still 13 behind Glamorgan, looking to get into a lead in this first innings and looking to drive, but he finds the edge and taken by Ben Brown to his right hand side. It was a good catch, well bowled from Jack on the money, and he draws the edge of Douthwaite as he did just before that rain break. This time it is well held, and he has to go for 21, and Glamorgan 149 for 9.
Yeah, good tumbling catch behind the wicket from the Hampshire skipper Ben Brown. Useful little partnership of 30 for that wicket. And Mia Hamza will look to hang around maybe if Tim van der Hoogten can strike a few. Looks rather suspicious, the weather. Is there a little bit of
Yeah, I was just thinking
rain around?
Yeah, I can see a drizzle.
Mia Hamza won't be in too much of a hurry to get out to the middle, I can't imagine, as he appears at the top of the steps now. Douthwaite dragging himself off after a very un-Douthwaite innings. He's tried his best to dig in there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate as well because it's never going to be easy when you're on and off, having to restart again. He just looked in two minds with that delivery. I thought he was shaping up to drive. In the end, it was a more proddy defensive shot and was neither here nor there. Finding the edge.
2 balls left to bowl to the number 11.
Well, Van der Gugten, I'm sure, won't hang around.
Strangely, up at Leicester, he didn't try and protect Ray Toole, which I was rather surprised about.
I know it's a slightly different level of cricket, but Toole was off the back of a score in the second 11, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Before coming into the side. But
Yeah.
as you say, very much we were talking about before the break, the overseas Glamorgan seems to be getting our genuine number 11 so that it doesn't disrupt anyone else. Jack's going to stay over the wicket to the left-handed Hamza with a couple of slips waiting, and this one defended off leg stump rather tentatively back to Jack.
Be very tidy if the scores were level on first innings, wouldn't it? From the media point of view, we nearly had it in Leicester where Glamorgan snuck into the lead by 1, and therefore whatever Leicestershire scored in their second innings would therefore become Glamorgan's target, which was tidy enough.
There is the one innings game a couple of years ago, wasn't there, when it was a dead rubber last game of the season against Gloucestershire.
Correct.
Jack in, last ball of the over, very full, and Hamza jabs down outside the off stump. That didn't look too confident either, but he's kept it out, and Glamorgan, with that removal of Dan Douthwaite, now waiting for the final wicket to fall, really. 149 for 9, 13 in arrears.
Graham Brill from Merthyr says the pitch compared to Leicester last week like chalk and cheese. The issue with the Leicester pitch was the inconsistency of bounce from the ball pitching in the same area. This pitch is green but just has sideways movement. And he's cross about the regulation allowing Sonny Baker's introduction as well. What if Curry had got 100 or contributed to a substantial stand? Should it not be the sub-player be introduced the following day? Steve West, thank you for your contribution. Terrific effort to get towards the 162, he says. Looks as though Glamorgan might not quite get there with that fall of the wicket, but we won't find out for a time. Because guess what, folks? What's that sound? You're used to it by now. It's the hover cover heading towards us. 5 of Cardiff's very finest yeoman ground staff positioning it over the wicket. Driving rain. I suspect this might be officially the tea interval, with Glamorgan on 149 for 9, 13 runs in arrears, and yet again we will be back when there is more action to report.
The umpires have called tea early. Official tea time is now 3:40 until 4 o'clock.
Glamorgan 149 for 9, that's 13 runs behind Hampshire on first innings on a day bedevilled by rain with a myriad of interruptions. Glamorgan have lost Mason Crane for 8 and Dan Douthwaite for 21 between the showers. Pacemen Sonny Baker, Kyle Abbott and Eddie Jack have 3 wickets each, but it's raining yet again. Glamorgan 149 for 9, 13 behind Hampshire.
Yeah, yeah, oh, you're all taking it too long. Yeah, you're going to start six.
Yeah, I know. Every second Saturday we feel
How many were you?
opposite the over point. Somerset Park was about 15 minutes. Time up was 20 to 5. If finish bang on time, you have to wait outside for 2 minutes. But if the game was still going on to 5, people would be genuinely shouting for the pub.
No, you're not.
And then you're lucky if it comes at 5. Yeah. You watch it, TV is also like old school. You turn on the line up and some games are unfinished. But it's awesome, isn't it? I haven't seen it till this season.
Well,
At any level.
League road, is it? I take the
That's what I said with it. It's the same as football. Yes. It's still at the end of the day, sometimes one man's opinion. Aye.
Yeah.
Aye. Now that one man, this is why I hate to be cricket. I can keep him guessing what's going to do. You can't tell me what's ball. It seems to be pretty much it. Well, the thing is always going to get rid of is technology. It's just accept it in or out. Yeah. And not the art. Just happens. Are you sure? Yeah. But if everybody accepts that's exclusive. Just assuming what it's yes, I know. But it's very different to the football. So you see an answer in a football pitch. The guy over there, he is over there. See it from 3 different angles. We will all be quite convinced that what we saw was, we'll make a decision on that.
Yeah.
Well, somebody challenges for the exactly that should. Yes. Maybe the 50-50 call. Yes. What usually happens is the guy gets a second or sent off. They both challenge for the ball with the same amount of force. If you want to be family, you can argue they're both out of control because they're off the ground. But they're both going to the ball. Guy who gets the ball gets fouled, the second guy gets red card. It's the same tackle. Yeah. So one of my favourites.
Yeah. Yeah, well, rugby league brought into the first, and I'm still cheesed after this one because the rule said benefit of the doubt goes to the tactics.
Yes.
Now the first season we had a try, so there's still the record, and they looked at it for 6 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. Now surely to me there's got to be benefit of doubt.
I would suggest if you can't, well, I'm not going to suggest that in every football decision that you can't decide in a minute.
Yeah.
End of story. Yeah.
This one is,
I know the rule.
I know the rule.
You've never forgiven me.
I'm just thinking now, but that was one man, you can look at it a million times, but it's still then, one man can look at a page and try, and another man can look at a page and another try. It's still down to one man's call, and see what I'm getting.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So they say technology always gets it right, it doesn't, all it's doing is giving the person more looks at something. Doesn't mean it isn't hitting, it's going to be really everybody else.
Or, no, that's 40 years old. And back in the day, 20 men fell on top of the ball in the line of the crowd. I don't know, let's try, you know, now you have minute views from every angle.
But how many times in one viewing can you not see the ball? So then you guys have to take the ball.
Yes.
I've got this in unbelievable. Apparently, if you can't see the ball, you've got to go to the end.
Okay, that's what you did, yes, I saw that. It was a bit confusing, you know this. bowler who always thinks it's out, so I insist he moved that ball and pitched 2 feet outside leg some it was clearly hitting the wicket. You need a strong captain to say be quiet. But you can go, is it one at that, one in each half?
No,
One in the game.
one in the game, but if you
Yes, I do that, yeah. So, but there's only one to lose.
we had a game the other week in the opposition where four challenges and one more.
Gosh!
The game stopped or
Yeah. Better than it was. I suspect it's still raining.
because they put them on now. They got the taking them on. No.
Yeah.
Then covers it. It's super. It's just a question of waiting for the official announcement. I'm surprised.
Can I specify the type of rain I want, please?
Sort of slow with it. Tell me you
Yes.
I did look this morning. Why is the ground open at 5:30?
It's a pop concert beforehand.
They said everybody's welcome. The ground will be open at 5:30.
I haven't seen Barry play too well. Barry played there's a league top final for the league below. And we played somebody there and that's a good game.
They got the manager who brought yes. And you're saying I don't know so on their website this morning. He said there's an competitor of 13 And the thing is now, we're already saying the game in Colin Bay was selling.
Really?
Yeah, but how many did you so Colin Bay?
I was at London, famously, you see Barry Brown and lose the outcome. Lots of people saw him win it in 1994, but I was in London on a Wednesday night before Christmas to see him lose. Where there were fewer Barry fans. And as we trudged out the ground afterwards, a local said to me, my wife, have a nice long journey home. Her reply was extremely unladylike.
Yeah, it's not that big.
I'll take it. I mean, it's alright.
Yeah, even in legal Wales, I would consider it big.
Hollywood.
Hollywood are looking good. There's another team now called
Yes, they've played this for a while.
They putting money in there, but they've actually, the university was telling me, they really got fell out with it. No man was trying to get the council to know the new stadium. You go to the sports centre, Constant College. That was really quick. Do that as you work there. Well, that was years ago. They played at the college. Did you ever go to that? Oh yeah. One big down. Yes. Yeah, it was like that. No man, like yeah. No. It's an athletic stage. Yes. Yes. There's a picture in the middle, but there's a big stand on that. Hampshire, come down, well, no, cheaper, it's 4 o'clock. Oh, really? Yes, you do. It does look a bit brighter, those mountains have reappeared. But you can see, just now, it's blowing, you can see the rain blowing across the waves. Yes. That's like well, we're on the edge of it permanent.
Yeah, I'm going to make a decision on policy I'll maybe see you tomorrow, but I'm doing nothing else tomorrow. There's a theory that maybe a monsoon in the morning. Yeah. How are we going to not? Yeah. If I was an optimist, I'll take a point. Or you would have what? 2 ball games of which is great when you get it. Yeah. Opposition line around disbelief and massive celebrations.
I would imagine there'll be a big line type thing. They're weird. The circles off the way away. They walk like you let them just yo-yo, aren't they? Yeah. Come up, go down, come up, go down. I don't know whether it's one changing or not.
There's now a few players who in South Wales. These 2 players in the promoted team, the top scorers in the promoted teams left. They go to another team in tier 2 because they have no intention of going to North Wales.
You would think so, because they've done a good job. The employment there, but I was rough.
I didn't know that. Yeah, there is a link that way. Well, that should make them stronger. Right,
Yeah,
all
different
fellas.
years,
Enjoy your game if you get there, Jeff, and I'll see you tomorrow.
I can't see why. I don't think there'll be any more play here. It's too early to go yet. I don't want to be there for 5:30 when it opens.
What entertainment they're laying on for those? What is that? Cabaret.
How much longer do you want to stay? Doesn't look too good. Should we give it till 5?
And they've got a yellow bucket.
Sorry?
That's a bit like flying across. You sit there and you see that flying across and then you go again and you come back.
Sorry? I think the forecast is quite similar. I mean, I've heard it's not that good. It looks
just avoided the follow-up. Robinson, 13 on plus 4 for a left. They moved everything, like the well, when you get down here. Players don't think time off work, you know, you have to play now, on the ski you're playing
Well, the Vale have got a chance to go down for three. I think the two. Oh, yeah. I think the three. Well, I think well, the one was happy. They still got half a chance. Is that good? Okay.
Well, do you want to go? Because I'm not sure. Another half hour.
You think of that? Yeah, well, if not, I'll be here. I think, but I think tomorrow, it could easily explain expectation. Yes, yeah. Even Sunday, no, yeah, all the best. See you soon.
It doesn't blow through, it just keeps regenerating itself over midway for some reason. Yeah, the problem is here today, between, I would say, 11:30 and 3:30, we were 20 minutes of rain, and the thing that in. Yeah, well, taking the lunch was a mistake, but other than that, it went on too soon, and we showers even nothing. The last time they did, this morning I thought they were really good, trying to get it set for after 7, to be honest. Well, quite happy. Not really telling. Yeah, I think you want a lot. There's no price if you look. It's all grey, it's not like earlier on, it's blue sky and fluffy white clouds. It's all solid grey. Not long. They put their hover on and the heat gets under and it just disappears. They didn't even use the blotter earlier, it was like that earlier, they didn't even use the blotter, they just put that heat thing on. It's like magic, it's unbelievable. After I said to Roger, this 100 for me, they should share it out amongst the 18 counties and make everyone buy one of them. You haven't been to it for a long time, haven't you? They just use a flat sheet, they haven't even got a wheeled on cover, it's just literally a flat sheet. This is extraordinary. Sweat. Well, keep the moisture in. If this was, why do you think someone's turning into if this was 2:30 and the rain stopped now, they call it off for the day. Because it would take 3 hours on one to drive them out and around the head. When I did, they could play it 4 to 6. Harder now, sure. You've got such a traffic problems there. I'm leaving on 3 miles. They're Hampshire fans. No, that fella didn't talk out, I know where he means. What, this one with the yellow and blue? The one behind him with the he did the Newport with the county fan. He used to get the same bus as me, I didn't have a car and I didn't get his own. They're all walking as if they're coming out as if they've just been told something. I can't see by the land was probably out, so it's still. But they heard something. Well, to me, the Empire should be out there. Stop waiting, it should be out there. Well, there was one wandering about in the gets up in the bar. I've heard of it. They were banging on anything new. Seems to me the way these are leaving is just taking cost. Thursday, the last ball before the rain set in.
Yeah, but they got like a decent match. If they don't finish, they just get started. They've got 70 odd, haven't they? They got you think they'd be gagging to get out there, wouldn't you? And 8 points enough with them. Hell of a lot of points over there now. See, you never know whether they've looked at the radar and it's showing there's another load in behind it and it's an hour away and they're thinking, well, by the time you've knocked up, everybody's pissed off. Oh, yes, there are people here that they'll do nothing. I've seen you. There was a special occasion in Hampshire, Chris was saying that he was in Hampshire, the only team that never actually met anyone like that. So a very small fan base. Hampshire. I don't for me, did I? Most players, so I'm the only took advantage of the reciprocal, but that's all today. Big start. Oh, come and have a look. Poor. I mean, the umpire's room is one of those glass windows, which you obviously so they can really look. Oh, that chap moved.
What's the weather like? Not showing. Nothing after quarter to 6. Right, 5:30. No, 6, quarter past 5. 5 o'clock. Taking that back to the way. That was the way. It was like yesterday, somebody showed me a bit of that. It was all, like there was a big bang early on. And then there was like little, like that, little, like going, sort of missing us slightly to the west and, you know, going up north.
Can't believe this many people give up before the end. It's usually at least 25, 30 yards forward. Is he carried today? Is he carried today?
I saw him walking along there. He's walking along there. Sun's out now.
Or they should be looking.
If they've got any intention of playing now, the sun's out, and now you start tomorrow. Tomorrow they do it.
I mean, they've
Never had any intention.
exactly. It's,
They
I don't,
can't.
it's like the last.
That's bullshit. We should tell you, and we're not allowed to.
They can call it off whenever they want to.
Yeah, but they don't have an official reason. If they called it off now, the ECB could say, well, hang on, the weather's picked up, and we've still got the sun off in 45 minutes.
I'd have more respect when you called it off now, and you might have got left with a bit of air on it next rather than if they just keep us hang on and then call it off. There's no further. They should be out there looking for it. What are they doing? That's what they're paid for. I know it's annoying, but that's their bloody job.
Well, the thing is now, the put them on. The average thing is very reason is you wouldn't know them. If the value of the football, I think it's not the whole world in the world. Put them on, no intention of taking them off.
See how fast they go away? They're dinosaurs, isn't it?
They got no intention of taking them things off.
I got no problem with them putting them on if that means the ground stays dry and we get back on it. We can jump back on it.
generous as you can do, rather than nothing. There's nothing growing from anything. The whole of the west of us, as far as I know, nothing. Because that's going to have more than an hour to go down. 2, 7, 6, 4 hours. guy at the far end and drag that one off the other cover and pump that off him over here. Yeah, I am. I've never seen him in action. You know, I know they do it. I've heard about them doing it. I've never actually seen the program. I've sat one of them. I've never seen it. Yeah. So what they do is they drive the blocker on. Yeah, yeah. Well, that's what they did left. They were driving the blocker over all the covers. So yeah, yeah. I mean, they've got a quite a lot of picture. I've not seen the usual. Maybe the outfield can see Yeah, I think they've just come off. They've increased the number of teams in the yeah, they're in Canberra and there's another team in Canberra. And it's on the road to football that will come out. Everywhere we're facing in friendly, they're scoring and doing well. Just 2 weeks ago. What direction is that from Port Talbot? North. Up in the valley. No, it's not that bad. Not that bad. It's all the way in.
Port Talbot.
It's on the edge of where Port Talbot is and not quite up with Carmarthen.
Right, nice.
It's a nice road.
You're not hanging around, are you? No, it's Jack does it. I don't think you might see a few. Alright. But Jack decides going on, I'll just sit still for on.
Where is he?
What's the place I know that's in Hampshire?
Rothesay?
No. It's literally right next to the town. This first place you come to. It's quite a nice little suburb. The houses are quite nice there.
Oh, you don't even school club?
No.
Just outside the town.
I suppose it would be the northern side if you were driving out to a northern, what's that sort of manor house called? There's a nice alley there. Margam.
Ah,
There's a
nice.
little
Yes.
suburb of Port Talbot on the way
On
out
the
there,
eastern side.
which is quite good.
Why, I think it's your Margam.
It is Margam. It is Margam. That's right.
That's the town of
It's
Margam.
called Margam, is it?
Margam
Yeah.
Park is slightly further north.
Okay, so
But
it is Margam.
yeah.
So is it out that way, this Trevelyan?
No, it's
Not that way at all, is it?
That's kind of east
That's
side of
east.
Rover. This is directly due north to this town centre.
I don't know, there was any careful north, but you just got the big sort of mountains, haven't you?
Well, there's a road going up through there.
Is there?
Yeah, that's the one up to Lady Corlock. After the Vigo something.
Have you heard of it? Oh, here we go now, look, they'll make up some imagine a little patch of damp.
They probably 13.5%.
Well, it came out at 10 to 5 feet, so they could have brought it off then if it was on the ground instead of sort of pissing around.
Thank you for coming today. Thanks to everybody who's still on the ground for your patience and dedication for staying with us. Hopefully, weather permitting, we'll be back tomorrow at 11 o'clock. Thanks again for coming to Sapphire Gardens today.